by the words emanating from its lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection fulfilled of all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The very scripture saying, guys, you want to sing?
Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, Lord and master of devotees.
O Master, please be merciful to us. Give us the shade of the lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. We take shelter of the lotus feet. Feet of Prabhupada.
Jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Satma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Satma Bando mu isavadana mate Bando mu isavadana mate Jahara prasade bhai e baba tori ajai Jahara prasade bhai e baba tori ajai Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy te Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoy te Guru mukha padma vakya chitete koriya aikya Arana kori ho mane asha Arana kori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Eise Uttama Gati Je prasade pure sarvasha Je prasade pure sarvasha Shakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Shakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेम भक्ति जाते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जाते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेदेगा जहर चरितो वेदेगा जहर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु लोकना लोकेरा जीवाना लोकना लोकेरा जीवाना हा प्रभु कोरो दोया एहो मोरे पादा छाया हा प्रभु कोरो दोया देहो मोरे पादा छाया हा प्रभु कोरो दोए देहो मोरे पाद छाया एबे जात गुशु त्रिभुवना श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतित पावना जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद नमो ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रसारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी असत्यादेशतारिणे Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanje Radha, Kala Chanje Radhe. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanje Radha, Kala Chanje Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Govinda Radha, Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranita, 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 Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Gauranita, 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 Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Gora Premanande. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivraja Kasharya Stotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Abhay Sharanarvinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivraja Kasharya Stotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Ganga Mai Ki Tulsi Devi Ki Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
better if it works. Somebody else's glasses. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'll take her down. Thanks. Hare Krishna. I think this is working. At least it's amplifying it a little bit, right? Yeah, that's good. That's good. I don't need it to be louder. I just want to make sure you can hear. I mean, you all can hear, right? That's the main thing. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Jashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravana Chari Yamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajakachacha Stotrastu Shri Srimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhaya Charanarvindam Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam Mahapurana Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Ki Jai. Shri Gaur Bhakta Brinda Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Please repeat after me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuramilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Swam Rupaha Kadamajham Dadati Swapadantikam Vancha Kalpatarubhischa Kripasandhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisheshi Shunyavadi Paschyata Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasa Adi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jai Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam Mahapurana Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So today we are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam Canto 1, Chapter 2. We're going to summarize Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is about divinity and divine service. And how this scene sets in is Shukadev Goswami is speaking. Shukadev Goswami is actually an incarnation of Radharani's parrot in the spiritual world. And both Radharani's parrot and Krishna's parrot is called Sari, S-A-R-I. And Radharani's parrot's name is Shuka, S-U-K-A, like that. So these two know everything about everything, because all of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna actually summarize the whole creation. Everything that happens in creation happens with these two major players in the mix. And so this is Shukadev Goswami speaking. And the way it's happening is that the sages at Naimisharanya, these are the very best personalities in creation coming together in one place in a forest called Naimisharanya. And they know that Kali Yuga is about to start. This new age is about to start called Kali Yuga, which is the age of quarrel and hypocrisy, which is the age we're in right now. And they're concerned that the citizens of Kali Yuga will suffer so much. So they want to come up with some type of a solution, some type of information that the residents of Kali Yuga would know that would give them relief. And more importantly, free them from this world, which is called Durg. Durg means it's a prison house. Because here the living entities are always trapped by instability and misery. These two things always stalk the living entities. So they're trapped in that situation. How to get them out of the trap, liberate them, so that now they're able to live a life that Krishna meant them to live, like that. So the sages had 6 questions that they had asked. And the most important of which, well, the first question, the first thing that happens always carries the most weight. And therefore the Bhagavatam starts with Janmadhyasya yataha, that Krishna is the origin of everything and everything rests on Krishna, like that. So the first question that was asked is, can you please summarize all of the knowledge of creation into like one verse? Can you bring the whole knowledge of creation into one verse and explain, through that verse, explain the essence of the essence of the essence? What is the ultimate essence of all knowledge, knowing which a person will become completely satisfied? Because the nature of the soul is to be happy. Therefore, complete satisfaction is what everyone is looking for when they live their lives. So, in this chapter, that verse is spoken. In chapter 2 of Canto 1, this verse is spoken. And I've asked, is 126 on the board? 126. If we can put 126 on the board, this verse answers the question in one verse. This is the essence of the essence of the essence. If we understand this verse, you've understood everything to know about any piece of knowledge in the whole of creation, whether in the spiritual world or in the material world. And so I'll have you repeat this just word for word. Well, let's just sing it together as we normally do. Savai pungsang paro dharma. Savai pungsang paro dharma. Yato bhakti radhokshaje. Yato bhakti radhokshaje. Ahoy tu kya pitta pritihata. Ahai tu kya pratihata. Yayatma suprasidati. Yayatma suprasidati. Now let's sing it all together. Savai pungsang paro dharmo. Yato bhakti radhokshaje. Ahai tu kya pratihata. Yayatma suprasidati. Somebody want to read the synonyms? Or can we all do it together? We can do it all together? Okay, so let's all do it together. Saha, that. Ve, certainly. Pungsang, for mankind. Paraha, sublime. Dharmaha, occupation. Yataha, by which. Bhaktihi, devotional service. Adhokshaje, unto the transcendence. Ahoy tuki, causeless. Apratihata, unbroken. Yaya, by which. Atma, the self. Suprasidati, completely satisfied. So someone read the translation. Dharma.
The supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which man can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self.
Great. So purport by His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Somebody read the first paragraph. Thank you very much. Somebody want to read the second paragraph? It's not working, is it? Try the other one. That's funny. It was working when you were speaking though. Oh, was it? I don't know. There you go. Go ahead.
We have purposely denoted dharma as occupation because the root meaning of the word dharma is that which sustains one's existence. A living being's sustenance of existence is to coordinate his activities with his eternal relation with the Supreme Lord Krishna. Krishna is the central pivot of living beings, and he is the all-attractive living entity or eternal form amongst all other living beings or eternal forms. Each and every living being has his eternal form in the spiritual existence, and Krishna is the eternal attraction for all of them. Krishna is the complete whole, and everything else is his part and parcel. The relation is one of the servant and the served. It is transcendental and is completely distinct from our experience in material existence. This relation of servant and the served is the most congenial form of intimacy. One can realize it as devotional service progresses. Everyone should engage himself in that transcendental loving service of the Lord, even in the present conditional state of material existence. That will gradually give one the clue to actual life and please him to complete satisfaction.
Thank you very much. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuran Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namine. So, this verse, as I was saying earlier, summarizes all of knowledge in creation in one verse. And we can see in the purport that Srila Prabhupada writes to this verse, how everything is stated so very nicely. The reason Krishna manifested living and non-living entities was for joyfulness, for bliss, for happiness. He wanted to make an arrangement where he and everyone else could have the greatest happiness in their life, feel the greatest satisfaction in their life. And yet, every person, every living entity that he manifested was distinct, means they have their own idea of what complete satisfaction is. So how is it possible that there are billions and billions and billions of living entities, actually innumerable number of living entities, and all of them can feel complete satisfaction simultaneously in different ways? I mean, that's just, theoretically not even possible. Forget practically. Even theoretically, one cannot wrap one's mind around the idea that everyone in the total creation can simultaneously feel complete satisfaction. So here, the formula is given. In this chapter, the formula is given. And before I go on with the formula, I just want to summarize some of the verses in this chapter that actually speak to what I am going to be mentioning as how this actually works according to this chapter. So, chapter 2 has altogether 34 texts. But I picked out some of the texts because they actually help summarize it very nicely. In text number 5, Shukadev Goswami says, text number 6 we just read, the supreme occupation for all humanity is that by which one can attain loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. In the next text, he says, by rendering devotional service unto Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. So we get all the knowledge and the detachment from ignorance, because this material world is a world of ignorance. And then in the next text he says, the occupational activities a man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, of Krishna. And then in text 9 he says, all occupational engagements are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain, because material means misery. Furthermore, according to sages, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. So even if material gain comes to you, you should not use that for sense gratification. So what are the senses? The senses are the sense of touch, the sense of hearing, the sense of taste, the sense of smelling, the sense of seeing, and finally the mind itself is a sense, because it also experiences happiness and distress. So it also senses something. So these are the 6 senses. It's not for them that anything happens. It's actually for the soul that it happens. The soul is who the person is. These 6 are, you might say, the tools that the soul has to be able to serve Krishna. So just like, say for example, these glasses that I'm wearing is actually a tool that I'm using so I can see better. But the purpose of the glass is to see better. Now say for example I enjoy eating some sweet, right? Like, let's just take, rasgulla. It's a nice sweet, milk sweet, tastes very nice. So I enjoy rasgulla, I want to enjoy rasgulla. You don't take the rasgulla and squish it into the glass. So if the glass enjoys, I will also enjoy. Will I enjoy if the glass enjoys? What happens if I push the rasgulla into my glass? Do you think I'm going to taste sweetness? No. And what's going to happen to the glass? It's going to become messed up. Now I can't see properly again, right? You get the idea? So you're really only messing things up when we use anything that comes to us as gain for material sense gratification. All you've done is neither you got real happiness, nor, and also you simultaneously, you created a bigger problem for yourself now. Now you have to clean the glasses to see properly, which you didn't have to if you hadn't put the rasgulla there in the first case. And then in text 14, he says, therefore, with one pointed attention, one should certainly hear about, glorify, remember and worship Krishna, who is the protector of the devotees. With one pointed attention. Because these sages were all twice born, they were all Brahmins, he says, O twice-born sages, by serving those devotees who are completely freed from all vice, great service is done. By such service, one gains affinity for hearing the message of Krishna. He uses the word Vasudeva. He's talking about Krishna. So he's telling the sages, please serve the devotees. If those devotees have actually given up the vice of trying to enjoy the material world, which doesn't belong to them anyway, it doesn't belong to us. The material world belongs to Krishna. And then the next verse, he says, Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is Paramatma, or the Supersoul, is in everyone's heart and the benefactor of the truthful devotee. So Krishna is the benefactor of the truthful devotee, like that. And then the next text, he says, by regular attendance in classes on Bhagavatam, and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto Krishna, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. And then the next verse he says, so this is why one should always hear from Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam is the one book, the one series of texts. There's 18,000 texts in it. Actually, it originally had 1 billion texts. And for Kali Yuga, it was summarized into 18,000 of them. So, this is how important the Srimad Bhagavatam is. And the Srimad Bhagavatam is actually Krishna himself, is Kalachandji himself. In the next text it says, as soon as such irrevocable loving service is established in the heart, the effects of nature's modes of passion and ignorance, such as lust, desire, hankering, disappear from the heart. Then the devotee is established in goodness and he becomes completely happy. And the next text he says, thus established in the mode of unalloyed goodness, the man whose mind has been enlivened by contact with devotional service to the Lord gains positive scientific knowledge of the personality of Godhead in the stage of liberation from all material association. Now here is a word that is a very, very, very important, significant word. That word is enlivened. The soul is made of 3 elements: enlivenment, of knowledge, and of bliss. Sat, Chit, Ananda. Sat means enlivenment. It does mean eternality, eternal life as well. But eternal life means enlivenment. Enlivenment, live. Live means to live, right? Sorry. So, this enlivenment is such an important thing that even recently, the scientists, material scientists, have been trying to figure out what is the most important driver that drives people to do things in this world. And they've figured out that it is not time management, it is not productivity, which is what they were thinking before. You know, you manage your time and be more productive in life, you're going to achieve great things. They found out it's actually not those 2 things. It is actually enlivenment. That's what they found out. So finally everybody's going to come to the truth. With a very long route of trial and error, they will still ultimately come to the truth. But here's it, Bhagavatam saying it more than 5,000 years ago in writing, and billions of years ago in word of mouth that was transferred. This is enlivenment. And so what causes enlivenment? So then he continues in the next verse, thus the knot in the heart is pierced and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive actions is terminated and one sees the self as master. So here's the first clue. The first thing that one sees is that it is the soul that is the most important in each of us. And there are 2 souls there. The I soul, that's me, and the big I soul, that's Krishna. These are the 2 souls sitting in everyone's heart, in every living ent's heart. Then he continues, certainly therefore, since time immemorial, all transcendentalists have been rendering devotional service to Krishna, the personality of Godhead, with great delight, because such devotional service is enlivening to the self. And we will see in the rest of these verses and through the Srimad Bhagavatam and the explanation given about the Srimad Bhagavatam or of the Srimad Bhagavatam by great devotees, that there are three things when we are serving Krishna that enliven us the most. And those three things are chanting, feasting and dancing. That is why this is meant to be a movement of chanting, feasting and dancing. And we noticed just the other day when we were talking about the appearance of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur, that in his three final instructions, the middle instruction was that one should always be very attached to chanting and hearing about Krishna. Generally they say the essence of a sandwich is in the middle, right? It's not the ends, it's the middle that is the sandwich. The sandwich is known by the middle. If you put vegetables in it, it's called a vegetarian sandwich. You put paneer in it, it's called a paneer sandwich, right? You put cheese in it, it's called a cheese sandwich. Remember, the top and the bottom are always the same. They're always the same bread, right? It's the middle that something is known by. So that is why we're known as the Hare Krishna movement. Because we're always chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The feasting and the dancing is meant to be the ends, and the middle is the chanting. You know, you feast, have a nice feast, you'll be happy, right? Then you chant Hare Krishna, and now the soul will dance. This is the process. And then he continues in the next verse that I used for the summary. In verse number 27, he says, those who are in the modes of passion and ignorance worship those in the same category. Birds of a feather flock together, right? So those who are worshipping in the mode of passion and ignorance are only worshipping those in the mode of passion and ignorance as well. How is that going to help them? If you dig yourself into a hole, how is it going to help you if you keep digging? You're going to go further down in the hole, right? You're not going to come out of it. He says, namely, the forefathers, who are they worshipping? The forefathers, other living beings, and the demigods who are in charge of cosmic activities. For they're urged by a desire to be materially benefited with four things. These are the four things that people chase in this world. It says women. Now when it says women, for men it's women, for women it's men. Okay? Women, wealth, right? We can see. Money is the honey, like they say in this world, right? Power. Everybody wants to be the most powerful and control everybody else. You know? I'll be the greatest and you all be my subjects. Everybody's always trying to control everybody else. And finally, progeny. Progeny, right? What is progeny? Oh, I should have children who will continue my kingdom, who will continue my reign. I will reign through my son, my daughter, their sons and daughters, their sons and daughters. They are my sons and daughters. See? Because I am God. This is what's driving this world. Sex life, money, and followers. Lord Chaitanya says, Dhanam, Janam and Sundarim. Dhanam means wealth, Janam means followers, and Sundarim means attraction for sex. Therefore you see in all the advertisements of the world, either it'll be a beautiful girl in the advertisement, or a beautiful boy, a handsome boy, or both. That's the that's the attraction. So that they can empty your pocket, they can pickpocket you. They distract you. That's how pickpockets work, by the way. You should learn the art of pickpocketing. See, what the pickpocket does is they distract the person. And when a person is distracted, then they take the wallet out of the pocket. And the person doesn't know, right? The person's distracted. In the revealed scriptures, in the next verse it says, in the revealed scriptures, the ultimate object of knowledge is Krishna, Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead. The purpose of performing sacrifice is to please Krishna. Yoga is for realizing Krishna. All fruitive activities are ultimately rewarded by Krishna only. As it is, the fruitive activities are rewarded by Krishna. So He's the one who's giving us all the material boons that we have. Krishna is the supreme knowledge, and all severe austerities are performed to know Krishna. Religion or dharma is rendering loving service unto Krishna. Krishna is the supreme goal of life. See how this chapter is so powerful? Everything is very, very clearly explained. And then finally, in the final verse, text 34, he says, thus, the Lord of the universe, Jagannatha, Krishna, maintains all planets inhabited by demigods, men, and lower animals. Assuming the roles of incarnations, he comes as Rama, he comes as Nrsingadev, he comes as Narayana, he comes as Vishnu. So these are incarnations. Assuming the roles of incarnations, he performs pastimes to reclaim those in the mode of pure goodness. So if we come to the mode of pure goodness, what happens is we become reclaimable, meaning that we can go back home to our original home, which is Goloka Vrindavan. We can get to go back again there. Because there, we are completely liberated. Every person is completely liberated. Every person can truly achieve full satisfaction at every moment, and that full satisfaction is not just full satisfaction or complete satisfaction, but it's expanding all the time. It's becoming better and better and better. Because the same old is boring, right? Who wants the same old, same old? If the same old was really great, we won't have news organizations. We'd have olds organizations. Nobody would be reading the news, they'd be reading the olds. The old is boring, right? If you keep doing the same thing over and over again, it becomes boring. Imagine they serve you only one item every day. Let's just take our favorite item, right? Any item, let's call it the favorite item of food. What would that be? Samosas, okay. Let's say samosas, okay? My spiritual master loves samosas. When he first joined the movement, after everybody finished eating, he would go to the trash can, and where they threw the extra food, the food that people didn't eat, and he'd pick up all the eaten and uneaten samosas and fill his pockets. And that's what he ate. He just loved eating. I heard of some people who loved halava like that too, They would just make the whole plate of halava, eat the whole plate of halava like that. And a restaurant in the front where there's some people who are giving, accolades about our restaurant, one of them says, the food here is halava good. Okay, let's take samosas. Now imagine, we fed you guys, or whoever feeds you, samosas for breakfast, samosas for lunch, and samosas for dinner every day. What would happen after a few weeks or months? Do you think samosa would be your favorite food anymore? I doubt it. You're going to say, why am I always eating the same thing over and over again? It's boring. The soul likes things that are fresh, that are new. You see? That's what the soul likes. So, here, the reason we worship Krishna is an ever fresh person. Radharani is ever fresh. Every time you see Krishna in the spiritual world, you'll feel like I never saw him before. Wow, He's amazing. He looks really great. It's just like when you fall in love with someone for the first time. When you fall in love for the first time, that person looks very exciting, very pleasurable, and you're in bliss, you know. You become so blissful that you become blind, they say. Blinded by love. What happens after 5 years and 10 years and 15 years? Suddenly all the attraction gone, right? Now you're looking at somebody else. Hopefully not, but it happens. Because the soul wants fresh. The soul doesn't want the same old, same old. Any wonder that every cell in our body dies within 7 years? That's how ever fresh everything is meant to be. 7 years, still a long period of time. But Krishna is the only one who is like that. He's ever fresh. His pastimes are always something new, something different, and sometimes opposite. So this is why devotees sometimes have quarrel amongst one another. No, Krishna said this. And the other said, no, but Krishna said that. And those two are just opposites, right? Why? Because Krishna deals with each person differently. You can't actually corral Krishna into one box and say, okay, we're going to box Krishna in here now, that's Krishna consciousness. It doesn't work like that. So this chapter talks about the divine and divinity so that we understand that the only way we can truly understand everything, the only way we can truly live a life that is completely blissful, that is enlivening, that is full of awareness, that gives us great happiness, with the best relationships, the best goals, in the best possible way, chanting, feasting and dancing, is actually to worship Krishna via the persons who have achieved that position, that they're always worshipping Krishna. So you have to take shelter of a person, be in the association of a person and persons, doesn't have to be just one person, who actually enliven you like that, who themselves feel enlivened, who feel excited being with Krishna, because they have actually experienced Krishna at some level. They have become, as it says in this chapter, they become purified. They have given up the desire for sense enjoyment. They've given up the idea that for me to be happy with eating samosas is I should take my glasses off and I should stuff the samosa into my glass. And I will be happy because it'll taste very nice. It won't taste very nice, it'll taste like nothing. You can imagine the taste and you messed up your glass. That's all that happened. So these devotees who have realized that, they give up sense gratification. They realize it's not sense gratification. Now, we will say, but then, how do you feel happiness? If the senses don't feel happiness, how do you feel happiness? The answer is that when you give happiness to Krishna, the senses will automatically feel happy. Why? Because Krishna is the origin of the sense. He is the master of the senses. So just like when you go to work, right? Who pays the salary? The master or the servant? It's not a very difficult question. It's the master, right? It's always the master who's giving the servant the money. And the servant is very happy receiving the money and celebrating spending that money. So if we want that money, then you got to get a master who pays you better, right? Imagine you want to go to work, and for the same work, one master pays you $5,000 a month, and another master for the same job pays you $50,000 a month. Which one are you going to choose as your master? Assuming everything else is equal. Yeah, because you get 10 times more. Now imagine the cruel master pays you $5,000 a month, and the blissful master, where you feel bliss all the time, pays you $5 million a month. Which one are you going to work for this time? The cruel master, right? For 5,000? This is the problem. This is the essence of this chapter. We are working for Maya. And Maya is a cruel master. Why is she cruel? She's not cruel because she's a cruel person, by the way. She's a very beautiful person. If you see Maya, you'll faint seeing her beauty. She's so beautiful. She's very, very smart. She's the smartest. The whole creation can't tackle her in intelligence. That's how smart she is. She's everything a perfect person should be. Then why is she being cruel? She's cruel because she's hopping mad that we're not serving Krishna. She said, okay, I'm going to take care of you. I'll fix you. You don't serve my Lord? You don't love my Lord? Can you love me? I'll show you what it means to love me. And she creates a mess in everyone's life. And people are so enamored by her beauty, so enamored by her looks, so enamored by her knowledge, that they stay in her association instead of taking the association of those who are coming into the association of Krishna, or those who are in the association of Krishna. This is the issue. This is what this chapter is about. Do the right thing here. Hare Krishna. I'm going to stop here and ask if you have any realizations, any things you'd like to share, if you have any questions or anything. Keep passing the mic around. Somebody ask a question. Somebody say something. Is it working? Yeah, it's working.
I really liked the point where you said Paramatma is the benefactor of the truthful devotee.
Right.
Because you see in some places where they say, Krishna wants he wants you to do your absolute best. Like
Krishna wants you to do your absolute best, yeah.
He wants your welfare. But
right.
In other places sometimes you see, well, Krishna takes a neutral stance and you're...
But Krishna sometimes takes a neutral stance, yeah. Yes. 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 Very good. Yeah, it's so nice, isn't it? He's always, we have to be truthful. If we're not truthful, then how are we even expressing ourselves, right? If you love someone, if you're not truthful, how are you expressing love? You're not expressing love. So really, be truthful to yourself. We're not even asking people to be truthful to somebody else. Be truthful to yourself. That's what this chapter is saying. Be truthful to yourself. Understand, you are meant to be enlivened, aware, and happy. You're meant to be in the association of nice people. You're meant to achieve whatever satisfaction you want to achieve. You're meant to do it in a way that's enlivening, a process that's enlivening. Just know that. Just knowing that, you'll start feeling happy. Just like in Christianity, there's a prodigal son, right? He was suffering out there, and somebody knew who his father was, and he said to him, I know who your father is, and if you go back to your father's place, you're going to be as happy as a lark. And so the boy said, yeah, please take me to my father's place. Every step he was walking towards his father's place, he felt increasing happiness. He felt more and more happiness, knowing, I'm just about to be there, I'm just about to be there. The best thing about Paramatma is he's sitting with us here, so he can give us instantaneous happiness. But are we ready to be instantaneously true, to be truthful instantaneously? In all our previous lives, we've become conditioned to doing things the wrong way. And so we think the wrong way is the right way. That's the difficulty. That's where it takes a little time. But if we allow our mind to accept the truth as it is spoken by Srimad Bhagavatam, as spoken by Shukadev Goswami, then Prabhupada said you can be Krishna conscious instantaneously. That's how long it takes. Otherwise, generally, he says, for everyone, 30 to 40 years. A lot of rubbing off to do, on the slate. Too much written in, that's nonsense. Very good, thank you. Wonderful point. Yeah, just knock at it, then it'll tell if it's working, yeah. Take this mic. This mic is like maybe. Pass this mic back again. Just try that mic, because I have a feeling it. And knock at it a little hard. There you go.
Yeah,
that's what
thank
works.
you. I'm curious because in the first, I think it was verse 8 or 6 that we were looking at.
Yes.
And it's about, right, the Dharma, like the occupational service that each individual has. And you're talking about how each individual in creation and in existence has their own version of that occupation, right? And so I'm kind of curious of how one starts to understand kind of what their role is or what the occupation looks like for them, how you move towards that.
Very good question. So each and every one of us has a particular nature, and our occupation comes from that nature. So how do you understand that? It's actually a very big question because it has a very elaborate answer to it, but I'm going to summarize it as quickly as possible. The first thing that will help you is to understand your affinities. Just try to think about yourself and say, what do you love doing, right? Because that's going to have a clue in it. Your affinity is going to have a clue in it. The second is then to develop an attitude. What is the attitude? The attitude we should develop is, oh Lord, I really want to know my nature fully. I really want to know what is it that's unique to me in terms of nature, in terms of my service. What is unique to me? I really want to know it. Start talking to the Lord and develop the attitude that you will want to know the truth, as opposed to you are going to decide what the truth is. You don't decide what the truth is, just want to know the truth. And in that there are 5 steps that is given in chapter 3, text 31 of Bhagavad Gita. Step number 1 is make that your focus. That I want to love Krishna and I'm going to serve Krishna how I was meant to do it. Number 1. Number 2, do not resent the fact that some things about you are going to change, in the sense that you're going to learn some things, right? And when you learn, some of the bad habits are going to go away, right? So some things are going to change. Don't be resentful. Like, if you're a person who likes to wake up late, maybe waking up early is going to help you. Don't resent that, right? Number 3, be sincere. Do it because you want it, not because somebody told you to do it. Be sincere. Number 4, don't give up under any circumstance. Be relentless. Under no circumstance should you should give it up. And number 5, Krishna's promise in Bhagavad Gita is, if you do that, I guarantee you that you will succeed. He says it another way. He says, I guarantee you will not fail, which means I guarantee you'll succeed. Right? That develops the attitude. From the attitude, what will happen is, you'll become a little clearer about your nature. What is your nature? You see? And in the nature, what you'll come to learn is, there is some people out there who really know what they're talking about, and they will guide me. Just like to become successful as a doctor, you need to go to a doctor, right, to teach you how to become a doctor. So you'll go to the people who are doing this, and they'll guide you. And then you'll have full energy. You'll get energy, you'll get energized. And then you'll suddenly see that you're also becoming attractive to other people. Other people have become attracted to you because your knowledge is improving now. And then you'll feel a lot of happiness. And finally, you'll come to the point, now I understand, this is my service. And then when that happens, 5 things will happen. That's why it's a little bit of a complicated answer, please forgive me. 5 things will happen. What 5 things will be? You'll come into the association of the best people. You will actually understand knowledge properly and be able to share that knowledge properly. You will always dance in front of the Lord, be very devoted, dancing like that, and always have prasadam, food that's sanctified. And finally, of course you'd always chant, you'll always be singing and chanting. And finally, you'll encourage others to do the same. These 5 things will happen. And that's the proof that you're now in your service properly. That's the proof. So it's a short answer to your long question. But what I'd like to do one day is go through this like a course, and just explain it in more detail and have you ask questions so they can understand this properly. But this is really, really very, very good question, because it actually puts us in the position where our divinity is based on our individuality, as opposed to a generic divinity which sometimes doesn't fit well for everyone. You see what I'm saying? This way it fits perfectly like hand in glove. And you can be very Krishna conscious. Thank you, that's a wonderful question. All right, so we're about there. Anybody want to say something finally? You've got a few minutes. Then it's prasadam time. Today we have to break the fast that we fasted yesterday. So everybody's looking forward to break the fast. No, thank you all very much. Vanchakalpa Turubhischa Kripasindubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha. Jai Anantakoti Vaishnava Brindaki Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Srimad Bhagavatam Mahapurana Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Oh, thank you very much for listening and participating.
कीर्तन गान कर्म पठौ प्रेमामृत निधि वीर धीर जन प्रिय कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृतां वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुज श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुज कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेम में वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्मा कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मानव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुज श्री विचार नहीं कल्पना सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचारणैकनिपुना धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा परौ लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Padarabindau Bhajanamritau Radha Krishna Padarabindau भजना नंदेन मत्तालिकर वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगल कीर्तन गान नतर परौ वीर वीर जनप्रिय श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव चतुर्सुरे सुतराज्यलक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्यनी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशक करुणया कौपीनकं आश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमर्णं वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगल श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देविके च हे नंद सूना कुतः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देविके च ललिते हे नंद सूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने तः ओ संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई दुर्बलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ श्री गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई महाविभुफलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ श्री बालक कृष्ण कीतल तान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम मगीधी धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकर हिमाचल श्री चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि वहन तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन कृपा बोले परी कृपा बोले दया अदोषितापति अद्वैत दासई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य मितई गाजा खार सीतापति अद्वैत दासई तब पावले पाई चैतन्य मितई सनातन नरोत्तमा आहा सनातन रूप रघुना युग श्री जीव प्रभो लखना दया करो सिया साजा सिनीबा रमा चंद्र संग मागे दया करो सिया प्रभु सिनिवा रमा चंद्र संग मागे नरसिंह प्रभु दया कर मने तुम्हें बिना के दयाल जगत कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु गजा खजा मरे तुम्ही दीन हे दयाल जगत जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन गोविंद कृष्ण मदन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद Jaya Gopal Sarina Sadhamana Bharatiya bhave jaha Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sarva Rasa Bharatiya Raha Pradet Jannabi Agapamma Variyatmara Jannabi Padma Karishma Dinakhi Sadhacha Hari Dinakhi Sarasa Baye Namaste Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gokula Ranjana Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Magana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Maya Harinam Amya Vilasa Naveen Nagarabara Monkey Madana Sumata Amara Harina Anya Pilata Purandara Navina Nagarabara Banki Madana Sumata Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Rangana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Jana Parana Asurapunasana Nanda Godhana Rakhamala Jana Parana Asurapunasana Nanda Godhana Rakhamala Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Sundarananda Gopala Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Darshanam Sundarananda Gopala Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Rangana Dasamati Nandana Brajavada Nagara Gokula Rangana Ramana Tatachara Ramana Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarachika Kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayachayam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodayachayam Rasamati Nandana Rajabaranagara Rasamati Nandana Rajabaranagara Gokula Rangana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manahara Aliya Damana Vidhana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manahara Aliya Damana Vidhana Rasamati Nandana Brajabaranagara Gokula Nandana Rasamati Nandana Brajabaranagara Gokula Nandana Vatanahara Rasarasika Kipamay Ramona Tatatara Gopi Vatanahara Rasarasika Kipama Shri Radha Vallana Vrindavanata Shri Radha Vallana Vrindavanata Bhakti Vinaga Shri Radha Vallabha Shri Radha Vallabha Mananata Bhakti Vinaga Samati Nandana Brajabaranagara Gokula Nandana Rasamati Nandana Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vriksha Lakshabritesu Surabhirabhipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasasata Sambrama Sepamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vritanakyabritesu Surabhi Rabhipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasrasatha Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Venam Kanmantang अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दं आदि पुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमशु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभि रवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम्
to be an ordinary man like himself, and so they deride him. This is condemned in the Bhagavad Gita by the Lord himself when he says, Avajananti Mamudhas, or the rascals, take Krishna to be an ordinary man, or a slightly more powerful man, out of their great misfortune. They cannot accept him as a supreme personality of Godhead. Sometimes such unfortunate persons misrepresent themselves as incarnations of Krishna without referring to the authorized scriptures. When Krishna grew up a little more, he began to turn himself backside up. He did not merely lie down on his back. And another function was observed by Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, Krishna's first birthday. They arranged for Krishna's birthday ceremony, which is still observed by all followers of the Vedic principles. Krishna's birthday ceremony is observed in India by all Hindus, irrespective of different sectarian views. All the cowherd men and women were invited to participate, and they arrived in jubilation. A nice band played, and the people assembled enjoyed it. All the learned Brahmanas were invited, and they chanted Vedic hymns for the good fortune of Krishna. During the chanting of the Vedic hymns and playing of the bands, Krishna was bathed by Mother Yashoda. This bathing ceremony is technically called Abhishek, and even today this is observed in all the temples of Vrindavan as Janmashtami Day or the birthday anniversary of Lord Krishna. On this occasion, Mother Yashoda arranged to distribute a large quantity of grains, and first-class cows decorated with golden ornaments were made ready to be given in charity to the learned, respectable Brahmanas. Yashoda took her bath and dressed herself nicely, and taking child Krishna, duly dressed and bathed, on her lap, she sat down to hear the Vedic hymns chanted by the Brahmanas. While listening to the chanting of the Vedic hymns, the child appeared to be falling asleep, and therefore Mother Yashoda very silently laid him down on the bed. Being engaged in receiving all the friends, relatives, and residents of Vrindavan on that holy occasion, she forgot to feed the child milk. He was crying, being hungry, but Mother Yashoda could not hear him cry because of the various noises.
The child mother became angry because he was hungry and his mother was not paying attention to him. So he lifted his leg and began to kick his mother's feet just like an ordinary child. Baby Krishna had been placed underneath a hand-driven cart, and while he was kicking his leg, he accidentally touched the wheel of the cart and it collapsed. Various kinds of utensils and brass and metal dishes had been piled up in the handstand, and they all fell down with a great noise. The wheel of the cart separated. The wheel of the cart separated from the right wheel, and the spokes of the wheel were all broken and scattered hither and thither. Mother Yashoda and all the gopis, as well as Maharaja Nanda and the cowherd men, were astonished at how the cart could have collapsed by itself. All the men and women who were assembled for the holy function crowded around and began to suggest how the cart might have collapsed. No one could ascertain the cause, but small children who were interested to play with the baby Krishna informed the crowd that it was due to the Krishna's striking his feet against the wheel. They assured the crowd that they had seen how it happened with their own eyes, and they strongly asserted that point. somewhere listening to the statement of small children. But others said, how can you believe the statement of these children? The cowherd men and women could not understand the all-powerful personality of Godhead was lying there as a baby, and he could do anything. Both the possible and impossible were in his power. While the discussion was going on, baby Krishna cried. Without demonstrations, Mother Yashoda picked the child up on her lap and called the learned Brahmana to chant holy music hymns to counteract the evil spirits. At the same time, she allowed the baby to suck her breast. If the child sucked the mother's breast nicely, it is to be understood that he is out of all danger. After this, all the stronger cowherd men put the broken cart in order, and all the scattered pigs were set up nicely as before. The Brahmanas thereafter began to offer oblations to the sacrifice fire with yogurt, butter, prasadans and water. They worship the supreme person of the Godhead for the good fortune of the child. The Brahmanas who were present at the time were all qualified because they were not envious. They never indulged in untruthfulness. They were never proud. They were non-violent, and they never claimed any false prestige. They were all bona fide Brahmanas, and there was no reason to think that their blessings would be useless. The firm faith in the qualified Brahmanas, Nanda Maharaj took his child on his lap and bathed him with water mixed with various herbs. When the Brahmanas chanted hymns from the Rigveda, Yajus and Samaveda. It is said that without being qualified Brahmana, one should not read the mantras of the Veda.
It is said that without being followed by Brahman, one should not read the mantras of the Vedas. Here is the proof that the Brahmins were qualified with all of their medical symptoms. Maharaj Nanda also had full faith in him. Therefore, they were allowed to perform their ritualistic ceremonies by chanting the Vedic mantras. There are many different varieties of sacrifices recommended for different purposes, but the mantras are all to be chanted by qualified Brahmins. And because in this age of Kali, such qualified Brahmins are not available, all Vedic ritualistic sacrifices are forbidden. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has therefore recommended only one kind of sacrifice in this age, namely Sankirtan Yajna, or simply chanting the Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. As the Brahmanas chanted the Vedic hymns and performed the ritualistic ceremonies for the second time, Nanda Maharaj again gave huge quantities of grain and many cows. All the cows which were given to him were covered with nice gold embroidered garments, and their horns were bedecked with golden rings. Their hooves were covered with a silver plate, and they wore garlands of flowers. He gave so many cows just for the welfare of his wonderful child, and the Brahmins in return bestowed their heartfelt blessings. All the blessings offered by the After a while, she became engaged in household affairs. At that time, one of the servants of Kamsha, known as Trinavarta, as instructed by Kamsha, appeared there in the shape of a whirlwind. He picked up the child on his shoulders and raised a great dust storm over all of Vrindavan. Because of this, everyone's eyes became covered within a few moments, and the whole area of Vrindavan became densely dark so that no one could see himself or anyone else. During this great catastrophe, Mother Yashoda could not see her baby, who was taken away by the whirlwind, and she began to cry very piteously. She fell down on the ground exactly like a cow who had just lost her calf. When Mother Yashoda was so piteously crying, all the cowherd women immediately came and began to look for the baby. But they were disappointed and could not find him. The Trinavarta demon, who took baby Krishna on his shoulder, went high in the sky, but the baby assumed such a weight that suddenly he could not go any further, and he had to stop his whirlwind activities. Baby Krishna made himself heavy and began to weigh down the demon. The Lord caught hold of his neck. Trinavarta felt the baby to be as heavy as a big mountain, and he tried to get out of his clutches, but he was.
But he was unable to do so, and his eyes popped out from their sockets. Crying very fiercely, he fell down to the ground of Vrindavan and died. The demon fell exactly like Shrikasura, who was pierced by the arrow of Lord Shiva. He hit the stone ground, and his limbs were smashed. His body became visible to all the inhabitants of Vrindavan. When the gopis saw the demon killed and Krishna very happily playing on his body, they immediately picked up Krishna with great affection. The cowherd men and women became very happy to get back their beloved child Krishna. At that time, they began to talk about how wonderful it was that the demon took away the child to devour him, but did not do so. Instead, he fell down dead. Some of them supported the situation. Quote, "This is proper because those who are too sensual die from their sinful reaction, and child Krishna is pious, therefore he is saved from all types of spiritual situations. And we too must have performed great sacrifices in our previous lives, worshiping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, giving great wealth and charity, and acting philanthropically for the general welfare of men. Because of such pious activities, the child is saved from all danger." Unquote. The gopis assembled there spoke among themselves. Quote, "What sort of austerities and penances we must have undergone in our previous lives? We must have worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead, offered different kinds of sacrifices, made charities, and performed many welfare activities for the public, such as growing banyan trees and excavating wells. As a result of these pious activities, we have got back our child, even though he was supposed to be dead. Now that he has come back to enliven, his relatives." Unquote. After observing such wonderful happenings, Nanda Maharaj began to think of the words of Vasudeva again and again. After this incident, when Yashoda was nursing her child and patting him with great affection, there streamed a profuse supply of milk from her breast. And when she opened the mouth of the child with her fingers, she suddenly saw the universal manifestations within his mouth. She saw within the mouth of Krishna the whole sky, including the luminary She was absorbed in wonderful thoughts. Krishna showing the universal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even when lying down on the lap of his mother, proves that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is always the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Whether he is
Because he is manifested as a child on the lap of his mother, or as a chariot on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. The conclusion of the emphasis that one can become God by meditation or by commandation of duty. He is here declared God. God is always God in any condition or status, and the living entities are always the part and parcel of supreme law. There can never be equal to the inconceivable supernatural powers of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus ends Bhaktivedanta purport of the seventh chapter of Krishna, salvation of Srinivasa. Take
You know the office?
no, today I'm free. I'm free.
You're free.
Yeah.
Well,
Normally it is 43.
I would like to keep going for another 35 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
After this incident, Vasudeva asked his family priest, Gardamani, vision of the universal form, separate. After this incident, Vasudeva asked his family priest, Gardamani, to visit the place of Nanda Maharaj in order to astrologically calculate the future life of Krishna. Gardamani was a great saintly sage who underwent many austerities and penances. And was appointed priest of the Vijayanagar. When Gardamani arrived at the house of Nanda Maharaj was very pleased to see him and immediately stood up with folded hands and offered his respectful obeisance. Here he faced Gardamani with the feeling of one who is worshipping God or the Supreme Personality of God. He offered him a nice sitting place, and when he sat down, Nanda Maharaj offered his own reception. Addressing him very politely, he said, "My dear Brahmana, your appearance in the householder's place is only to enlighten. We are always engaged in household duties and are forgetting our real duty of self-realization. Your coming to our house is to give us some enlightenment of our spiritual life. We have no other purpose to visit our household. Actually, a saintly person or a Brahmana has no business visiting householders who are always busy in the matter of dollars and cents. If it is asked, why don't the householders go to the saintly person or the Brahmana for enlightenment? If it is asked, why don't householders go to the saintly person or the Brahmana for enlightenment? The answer is that householders are very poor-hearted. Generally, householders think that their engagement in family affairs is their prime duty, and that cultivation or enlightenment, the spiritual knowledge is secondary. Out of compassion only, saintly persons and Brahmanas go to householders' home. Nanda Maharaj addressed Gardamani as one of the great austerities in astrological science. The foretelling of astrological signs such as the appearance of solar or the lunar eclipse are wonderful calculations, and by this particular sign a person can understand the future very clearly. Gardamani was proficient in this knowledge. By this knowledge, one can understand that his previous activities were accommodating facilities to the such castes, namely the Kshatriya and Vaishya. The Sudras observe no reformatory performance. The Brahmana is considered to be the spiritual master or the priest for the Kshatriya Vaishya. And Nanda Maharaj happened to be a Vaishya and he accepted Gargamuni as a first class Brahmana. He therefore offered his two foster sons, namely Krishna and Balarama, to him to purify. He agreed that not only these boys, but all human beings just after the birth should accept a qualified Brahmana as a spiritual master.
Upon this request, Gargamuni replied, Vasudeva sent me to see the reformatory performances of these boys, especially Krishna. I am their family priest, and incidentally, it appears to me that Krishna is the son of Devaki. By his astrological calculation, Gargamuni could understand that Krishna was the son of Devaki, but that he was being kept under the care of Nanda Maharaj, which Nanda did not know. Indirectly he said that Krishna, as well as Balaram, were both sons of Vasudeva. Balaram was known as the son of Vasudeva because his mother Rohini was present there. But Nanda Maharaj did not know about Krishna. Gargamuni indirectly disclosed the fact that Krishna was the son of Devaki. Gargamuni also warned Nanda Maharaj that if he would perform the reformatory ceremony, then Kamsa, who was naturally very sinful, would understand that Krishna was the son of Devaki and Vasudeva. According to astrological calculation, Devaki could not have a female child, although everyone thought that the eighth child of Devaki was female. In this way, Gargamuni intimated to Nanda Maharaj that the female child was born of Yashoda and that Krishna was born of Devaki, and they were exchanged. The female child, or Durga, also informed Kamsa that the child who would kill him is already born somewhere else. Gargamuni stated, if I give your child a name, and if he fulfills the prophecy of the female child to Kamsa, then it may be that the sinful demon will come and kill this child also after the name-giving ceremony. But I do not want to become responsible for all those future calamities. On hearing the words of Gargamuni, Nanda Maharaj said, if there is such danger, then it is better not to plan any gorgeous name-giving ceremony. It would be better for you to simply chant the Vedic hymns and perform the purificatory process. We belong to the twice-born caste, and I am taking this opportunity of your presence. So please perform the name-giving ceremony without external pomp. Nanda Maharaj wanted to keep the name-giving ceremony a secret, and yet take advantage of Gargamuni's performing the ceremony. When Gargamuni was so eagerly requested by Nanda Maharaj, he performed the name-giving ceremony as secretly as possible in a cowshed of Nanda Maharaj. He informed Nanda Maharaj that Balaram, the son of Rohini, would be very pleasing to his family members and relatives, and therefore would be called Ram. In the future he would be extraordinarily strong, and therefore would be called Balaram. Gargamuni Gargamuni said further, because your family and the family of the Yadus are so intimately connected and attractive, therefore his name will also be Shankarshan. This means that Gargamuni awarded three names to the son of Rohini, namely Balaram, Shankarshan, and Baladev. But he carefully did not disclose the fact that Balaram also appeared in the womb of Devaki and was subsequently transferred to the womb of Rohini. Krishna and Balaram are real brothers, being originally sons of Devaki.
So the paragraph Since he could understand everything past and future, he said, quote, I know everything about his activities and names, but others do not know. This child will be very pleasing to all the cowherdmen and cows, being very popular, and renowned. He will be the cause of all good fortune for you. Because of his presence, you will overcome all kinds of material calamities despite opposing elements. Unquote. Gargamel continued to say, quote, my dear king of Persia, in his previous birth, this child many times protected righteous persons from the hands of rogues and thieves whenever there was political disruption. Your child is so powerful that anyone who will become a devotee of your boy will never be troubled by enemies. Your child is so powerful that anyone who will become a devotee of your boy will never be troubled by enemies. Just as demigods are always protected by the Lord Vishnu, so the devotees of your child will always be protected by Narayan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This child will grow in power, beauty, opulence, in everything on the level of Narayan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, I would advise that you protect him very carefully so that he may grow without disturbance. Gargamuni further informed Nanda Maharaj that because he was a great devotee of Narayan, Lord Narayan gave a son who was equal to him. At the same time, he indicated, quote, your son will be disturbed by so many demons, so be careful and protect him. Unquote. In this way, Gargamuni convinced Nanda Maharaj that Narayan himself had become his son. In various ways, he described the transcendental qualities of his son. After giving this information, Gargamuni returned to his home. Nanda Maharaj began to think of himself as the most fortunate person, and he was very satisfied to be benedicted in this way. A short time after this incident, both Balaram and Krishna began to crawl on their hands and knees. When they were crawling like that, they pleased their mothers. The bells tied to their waist and ankles sounded fascinating, and they would move around very pleasingly. Sometimes just like ordinary children, they would be frightened by others and would immediately hurry to their mothers for protection. Sometimes they would fall into the clay and mud of the garden and would approach their mothers smeared with clay and saffron. They were actually smeared with saffron and sandalwood pulp by their mothers, but due to their crawling over muddy clay, they would simultaneously smear their bodies with the clay. As soon as they would come crawling to their mothers, Yashoda and Rohini would take them on their laps and covering the lower portions of their saris, allow them to suck their breasts. When the babies were sucking their breasts, the mothers would see small teeth coming in. Thus, their joy would be intensified to see their children grow. Sometimes the naughty babies would crawl up to the cowshed, catch the tail of the cow, and stand up. The calf, being disturbed, would immediately begin running here and there, and the children would be dragged over clay and cow dung. To see this fun, Yashoda and Rohini would call all their neighboring friends the gopis. Upon seeing these childhood pastimes of Lord Krishna, the gopis would be merged in transcendental bliss. In their enjoyment, they would laugh very loudly. Both Krishna and Balaram were so restless that their mothers, Yashoda and Rohini, would try to protect them from cows, bulls, monkeys, water fire, and birds while they were executing their household duties. Always being anxious to protect the children and execute their duties,
So now we need the marker, or we just keep? Yeah, we need the marker for that sensitivity. Yeah. Always being anxious to protect the children and to execute their duties, they were not very tranquil. In a very short time, both Krishna and Balaram began to stand up and slightly move on their legs. When Krishna and Balaram began to walk, other friends of the same age joined them, and together they began to give the highest transcendental pleasure to the gopis, specifically to Mother Yashoda and Rohini. All the gopi friends of Yashoda and Rohini enjoyed the naughty, childish activities of Krishna and Balaram and Vrindavan. In order to enjoy further transcendental bliss, they all assembled and went to Mother Yashoda to lodge complaints against the restless boys. When Krishna was sitting before Mother Yashoda, all the elderly gopis began to lodge complaints against him so that Krishna could hear. They said, "Dear Yashoda, why don't you restrict your naughty Krishna? He comes to our houses along with Balaram every morning and evening, and before the milking of the cows, they let loose the calves, and the calves drink all the milk of the cows. So when we go to milk the cows, we find no milk, and we have to return with empty pots. If we warn Krishna and Balaram about doing this, they simply smile charmingly. We cannot do anything. Also, dear Krishna and Balaram find great pleasure in stealing our stock of yogurt and butter from wherever we keep it. When Krishna and Balaram are caught stealing yogurt and butter, they say, 'Why do you charge us with stealing? Do you think that butter and yogurt are in scarcity in our house?' Sometimes they steal butter, yogurt, and milk and distribute them to the monkeys. When the monkeys are well fed and they do not take any more, then your boys chide, 'This milk and butter and yogurt are useless. Even the monkeys won't take it.' And they break the pots and throw them hither and thither. If we keep our stock of yogurt, butter, and milk in a solitary dark place, your Krishna and Balaram find it in the darkness by their glaring effulgence and the ornaments and jewels on their bodies. If by chance they cannot find the hidden butter and yogurt, they go to our little babies and pinch their bodies so they cry, and then they go away. If we keep our stock of butter and yogurt high on the ceiling, hanging in the swing, although it is beyond their reach, they arrange to reach it by pulling all kinds of wooden crates over the grinding machine. And if they cannot reach, they make a hole in the pot. We think, therefore, that you better take all the jeweled ornaments from their bodies of the children. You better take all the jeweled ornaments from the bodies of your children." On hearing this, Yashoda would say, "All right, I will take all the jewels from Krishna so that he cannot see the butter hidden in the darkness." Then the gopis would say, "No, no, don't do this. What good will you do by taking away the jewels? We do not know what kind of boys these are. But even without ornaments, they spread some kind of effulgence. So even in the darkness, they can see everything." Then Mother Yashoda would inform him, "All right, keep your butter and yogurt carefully so that they may not reach it." In reply to this, the gopis said, "Yes, actually we do so, but because we are sometimes engaged in our household duties, that these naughty boys enter our house somehow or other and spoil everything. Sometimes being unable to steal our butter and yogurt, out of anger they pass urine on the clean floor and sometimes spit on it. Just see your boy now. He is hearing this complaint. All day they simply make arrangements to steal our butter and yogurt, and now they are sitting just like very good silent boys. Just see his face." When Mother Yashoda thought to chastise her boy after hearing all the complaints, she saw his pitiable face, and smiling, she did not chastise him. Another day, when Krishna and Balaram were playing with their friends, all the boys joined Balaram and told Mother Yashoda that Krishna had eaten clay. On hearing this, Mother Yashoda caught hold of Krishna's hand and said, "My dear Krishna, why have you eaten earth in a solitary place? Just see, All your friends, including Balaram, are complaining about you. Being afraid of his mother, Krishna replied, my dear mother, all these boys, including my elder brother Balaram, are speaking lies against me. I have never eaten clay. My elder brother Balaram, while playing with me today, he became angry, and therefore he has joined with the other boys to complain about me. They have all combined together to complain, so you will be angry and chastise me. If you think they are truthful, then you can look within my mouth to see whether I have eaten clay or not. His mother replied, all right, if you have actually not taken clay, then just open your mouth. I shall see. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was so ordered by his mother, he immediately opened his mouth, just like an ordinary boy. Then Mother Yashoda saw within her mouth the complete opulence of creation. She saw the entire outer space in all directions, mountains, islands, oceans, seas, planets, air, fire, moon, and stars. Along with the moon and the stars, she also saw the entire elements, water, sky, the extensive ethereal existence, along with the total ego and the products of the senses, and the controller of the senses, all the demigods, the objects of the senses, like sound, smell, etc., and the three qualities of material nature. She also could perceive that within his mouth were all living entities, eternal time, material nature, spiritual nature, activity, consciousness, and different forms of the whole creation. Yashoda could find within the mouth of her child everything necessary for cosmic manifestation. She saw also within his mouth herself taking Krishna on her lap and having him sucking her.
And having him sucking her breast. Upon seeing all this, she became struck with awe and began to wonder whether she were dreaming or actually seeing something extraordinary. She concluded that she was either dreaming or seeing the play of the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She thought that she had become mad, mentally deranged, to see all these wonderful things. Then she thought, quote, it may be by cosmic mystic power attained by my child, and therefore I am perplexed by such visions within his mouth. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, under whose energy bodily self and bodily possessions are conceived. Unquote. Then she said, quote, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him, whose illusory energy I am thinking that Nanda Maharaj is my husband and Krishna is my son, that all the properties of Nanda Maharaj belong to me, and that all the cowherd men and women are my subjects. All this misconception is due to the illusory energy of the Supreme Lord. So let me pray to him that he may protect me always. Unquote. While Mother Yashoda was thinking in this high philosophical way, Lord Krishna again expanded his internal energy just to bewilder her with maternal affection. Immediately, Mother Yashoda forgot all philosophical speculation and accepted Krishna as her own child. She took him on her lap and became overwhelmed with maternal affection. She thus began to think, quote, Krishna is not understandable to the masses through the gross process of knowledge, but he can be received through the Upanishad and the Vedanta or mystic yoga system and Sankhya philosophy. Unquote. Then she began to think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as her own begotten child. Certainly, Mother Yashoda personality of Radha as her son, who sucked milk from her breast. Similarly, Nanda Maharaj also must have performed many great sacrifices and pious activities for Lord Krishna to become his son and address him as father. But it is surprising that Vasudeva and Devaki did not enjoy the transcendental bliss of Krishna's pastimes, although Krishna was their real son. But it is surprising that Vasudeva and Devaki did not enjoy the transcendental bliss of Krishna's childhood pastimes, although Krishna was their real son. The childhood pastimes of Krishna are glorified even today by many sages and saintly persons, but Vasudeva and Devaki could not enjoy such childhood pastimes personally. The reason for this was explained by Shukadeva Goswami to Maharaj Parikshit as follows. When the best of the Vasus of the name Drona, along with his wife Dahara, were ordered to increase progeny by Lord Brahma, they said unto him, quote, Dear Father, we are seeking your benediction. Unquote. Drona and Dara then took benediction from Brahma that in the future, when they would take birth again within the universe, the Supreme Lord Krishna, in his most
attractive feature of childhood would absorb their whole attention. Their dealings with Krishna would be so powerful that simply by hearing of Krishna's childhood activities with them, anyone could very easily cross over the messiness of birth and death. Lord Brahma agreed to give them the benediction, and as a result, the same Drona appeared as Nanda Maharaj in Vrindavan, and the same Dara appeared as Mother Yashoda, the wife of Nanda Maharaj. In this way, Nanda Maharaj and his wife, Mother Yashoda, developed their unalloyed devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, having gotten him as their son. And all the gopis and cowherd men, who were associates of Krishna, naturally developed their own different feelings of love to Krishna. Therefore, just to fulfill the benediction of Lord Brahma, Lord Krishna appeared along with his planetary expansion, Balaram, and performed all kinds of childhood pastimes in order to increase the transcendental pleasure of all the residents of Vrindavan. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 8th chapter of Krishna, Vision of the Universal Form. Chapter 9, Mother Yashoda finding Lord Krishna. Once upon a time, seeing that her maidservant was engaged in different household duties, Mother Yashoda personally took charge of churning butter. And while she churned butter, she sang the childhood pastimes of Krishna and enjoyed thinking of her son. The end of her sorrow was tightly wrapped while she churned, and on account of her intense love for her son, milk automatically dripped from her breast, which moved as she labored very hard, churning with 2 hands. The bangles and bracelets on her hands tinkled as they touched each other, and her earrings and breast shook. There were drops of perspiration on her face, and the flower garland, which was on her head, scattered here and there. Before this picturesque sight, Lord Krishna appeared as a child. He felt hungry, and out of love for his mother, he wanted her to stop churning. He indicated that her first business was to let him suck her breast, and then churn butter with her. Mother Yashoda took her son on her lap and pushed the nipples of her breast into his mouth. And while Krishna was sucking the milk, she was smiling, enjoying the beauty of her child's face. Suddenly, the milk which was on the oven began to boil over. Just to stop the milk from spilling, Mother Yashoda at once put Krishna aside and went to the oven. Left in that state by his mother, Krishna became very angry, and his lips and eyes became red in rage. He pressed his teeth and lips, and taking up a piece of stone, he immediately broke the butter pot. He took butter out of it tears in his eyes, he began to eat the butter in a secluded place. In the meantime, Mother Yashoda returned to the churning place after setting the overflowing milk pan in order. She saw the broken pot in which churning the yogurt was kept. Since she could not find her boy, she concluded that the broken pot was his work. She began to smile as she thought, "The child is very clever. After breaking the pot, he has left his place fearing punishment."
After she saw it all over, she found a big wooden grinding mortar, which was kept upside down, and she found her son sitting on it. He was taking butter, which was hanging from the ceiling on a spoon, and he was feeding it to the monkeys. She saw Krishna looking this way and that way in fear of her, because he was conscious of his naughty behavior. After seeing her son so engaged, she very silently approached him from behind. Krishna, however, quickly saw her coming at him with a stick in her hand, and immediately he got down from the grinding mortar and began to flee in fear. Mother Yashoda chased him to all corners, trying to capture the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who was never approached, even by the meditations of great yogis. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who was never caught by the yogis and speculators, was playing just like a little child for a great devotee like Mother Yashoda. Was playing just like a little child for a great devotee like Mother Yashoda. Mother Yashoda, however, could not easily catch the fast-running child because of her thin waist and heavy body. She tried to follow him as fast as possible. Her hair loosened and the flower in her head fell to the ground. Although she tried, she somehow reached her naughty child and captured him. Although she tired, she somehow reached her naughty child and captured him. When he was caught, Krishna was almost on the point of crying. He smeared his hands over his eyes, which were anointed with black eye cosmetics. The child saw his mother's face while she stood over him, and his eyes became restless from fear. Mother Yashoda could understand that Krishna was unnecessarily afraid, and for his benefit, she wanted to allay his fears. Being the topmost well-wisher of her child, Mother Yashoda began to think, quote, "If the child is too fearful of me, I don't know what will happen to him," unquote. Mother Yashoda then threw her stick away. In order to punish him, she thought to bind his hands with some rope. She did not know it, but it was actually impossible for her to bind the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mother Yashoda was thinking that Krishna was her tiny child. She did not know that the child had no limitation. There is no inside or outside for him, no beginning or end. He is unlimited and all-pervading. Indeed, he is himself the whole cosmic manifestation. Still, Mother Yashoda was thinking of Krishna as her child. Although he is beyond the reach of all senses, she endeavored to bind him up to a wooden grinding mortar. But when she tried to bind him, she found that the rope that she was using was too short by 2 inches. She gathered more ropes from the house and added to it, but at the end she found the same shortage. In this way, she connected all the ropes available at home, but when the final knot was added, she saw that it was still 2 inches too short. Mother Yashoda was smiling, but astonished. Mother Yashoda was smiling, but she was astonished. How was it happening?
perspiring, and a garland on her head fell down. Then when Krishna appreciated the hard labor of his mother, and being compassionate upon her, he agreed to be bound up by the ropes. Krishna, playing as a human child in the house of Mother Yashoda, was performing his own selected pastime. Of course, no one can control the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The pure devotee surrenders himself unto the lotus feet of the Lord, who may either protect or vanquish the devotee. But for his part, the devotee never forgets his own position of surrender. Similarly, the Lord also feels transcendental pleasure by submitting himself to the protection of the devotee. This was exemplified by Krishna's surrender unto his mother Yashoda. Krishna is the supreme bestower of all kinds of liberation to his devotees, but the benediction which was bestowed upon Mother Yashoda was never experienced even by Lord Brahma, or Lord Shiva, or the goddess of fortune. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, is never so completely known to the yogis and speculators, but he is easily available to his devotees. Nor is he appreciated as the supreme reservoir of all pleasure by the yogis and speculators. After binding her son, Mother Yashoda engaged herself in household affairs. At that time, bound up by the living mortar, Krishna could see a pair of trees before him, which were known as Arjuna trees. The great reservoir of pleasure, Lord Sri Krishna, thus thought to himself, Mother Yashoda first of all left without feeding me sufficient milk, and thereafter I broke a pot of yogurt and distributed the stuffed butter and cherries to the monkeys. Now she has bound me up to a living mortar. So I shall do something more mischievous than before. And thus he thought of pulling down the two very tall Arjuna trees. There is a history behind the pair of Arjuna trees. In their previous lives, the trees were born as the human sons of Kuvera, and their names were Manukavera and Manigriva. Fortunately, they came within the vision of the Lord. In the previous life, they were cursed by the great sage Narada in order to receive the highest benediction of seeing Lord Krishna. This benediction curse was bestowed upon them because of their forgetfulness due to intoxication. This story will be narrated in the next chapter. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the ninth chapter of Krishna, Mother Yashoda by Lord Krishna. One more chapter?
Yep.
Chapter 10. Deliverance of Nalakavera and Manigriva. The story of the cursing of Nalakavera and Manigriva and their deliverance by Krishna under the all-blissful desire of the great sage Narada is here described. The two great demigods, Nalakavera and Manigriva, were sons of the treasurer of the demigods, Kuvera, who was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. By the grace of Lord Shiva, Kuvera's material opulences had no limit. As a rich man's sons often become addicted to wine and women, so these two sons of Kuvera were also addicted to wine and sex. Once these two demigods, desiring to enjoy, entered the garden of Lord Shiva in the province of Kairasha, on the bank of the Mandakini Ganga. There they drank much and engaged in hearing the sweet singing of beautiful women who accompanied them in the garden of fragrant flowers. In an intoxicated condition, they both entered the water of the Ganges, which was full of lotus flowers. And there they began to enjoy the company of the young girls exactly as the male elephant enjoys the female elephants within the water. While they were thus enjoying themselves in the water, all of a sudden Narada, the great sage, happened to pass that way. He could understand that the demigods nor Gabera and Montevilla were too intoxicated and could not even see that he was passing. The young girls, however, were not so intoxicated as the demigods, and they at once became ashamed, and being naked before the great sage Narada, they began to cover themselves with all haste. The two demigod sons of Gabera were so intoxicated that they could not appreciate the presence of the sage Narada, and therefore they did not cover their bodies. On seeing the two demigods so degraded by intoxication, Narada desired their welfare, and therefore he exhibited his causeless mercy upon them by cursing them. Because the great sage was compassionate upon them, he wanted to finish their false enjoyment of intoxication and association with young girls.
He wanted to finish their false enjoyment of intoxication and association with young girls, and wanted them to see Lord Krishna eye to eye. He conceived of cursing them as follows. He said that the attraction for material enjoyment is due to an increase of the mode of passion. A person in the material world, when favored by the material opulence of riches, generally becomes addicted to three things: intoxication, sex, and gambling. Materially opulent men, being puffed up with the accumulation of wealth, also become so merciless that they indulge in killing animals by opening slaughterhouses, and they think that they themselves will never die. Such foolish persons, forgetting the laws of nature, become overly infatuated with the body. They forget that the material body, even though very much advanced in civilization, up to the position of a demigod, will finally be burned to ashes. And while one is living, whatever the external condition of the material body may be, within there is only stool, urine, and various kinds of worms. Thus being engaged in jealousy and violence to other bodies, materialists cannot understand the ultimate goal of life. And without knowing this goal of life, they generally glide down to a hellish condition. In their next birth, such foolish persons commit all kinds of sinful activities on account of this temporary body, and they are even unable to consider whether this body actually belongs to them. Generally, it is said that the body belongs to the person who feeds the body. One might therefore consider whether this body belongs to one personally or to the master to whom one renders service. The master of the slave claims full rights to the bodies of the slave because the master feeds the slave. It may be questioned then whether the body belongs to the father, who is the seed-giving master of the body, or to the mother, who develops the child's body in her womb. Foolish persons are engaged in committing all sorts of sins due to the misconception of identifying the material body with the self. But one should be intelligent enough to understand to whom this body belongs. A foolish person indulges in killing other animals to maintain the body, but he does not consider whether the body belongs to him or to his father or mother or grandfather. Sometimes a grandfather or a father gives his daughter in charity to a person with a view of getting back the daughter's child as a son. The body may also belong to a stronger man who forces it to work for him. Sometimes the slave's body is sold to the master on the basis that the body will belong to the master. And at the end of life, the thrown into the street to be eaten by dogs and vultures. Before committing all kinds of sins to maintain the body, one should understand to whom the body belongs.
Ultimately, it is concluded that the body is a product of material nature, and at the end emerges into material nature. Therefore, the conclusion should be that the body belongs to material nature. One should not wrongly think that the body belongs to him. To maintain a false possession, why should one indulge in killing? Why should one kill innocent animals to maintain the body? When a man is infatuated with the false prestige of opulence, he does not care for any moral instruction, but indulges in wine, ornaments, and animal clothes. In such circumstances, a poverty-stricken man is often better situated because the poor man thinks of himself in relation to other bodies. A poor man does not wish to inflict injuries to other bodies because he can understand more readily that when he himself is injured, he feels pain. As such, the great sage Narada considered that because the demigods, Alcabera and Monogrila, were so infatuated by false prestige, they should be put into a condition of life devoid of opulence. A person who has a pinprick in his body does not wish others to be pricked by pins. A considerate man in the life of poverty does not wish others to be also put into that condition. Generally, it is seen that one who has risen from a poverty-stricken life and becomes wealthy creates some charitable institution at the end of his life so that other poverty-stricken men might benefit. In short, a compassionate poor man may consider others' pains and pleasures with empathy. A poor man may seldom be puffed up with false pride, and he may be free from all kinds of infatuation. He may remain satisfied by whatever he gets for his maintenance by the grace of the Lord. To remain in the poverty-stricken condition is a kind of austerity. According to Vedic culture, therefore, the Brahmins, as a matter of routine, keep themselves in a poverty-stricken condition to save themselves from the false prestige of material opulence. False prestige, due to advancement of material prosperity, is a great impediment for spiritual emancipation. A poverty-stricken man cannot become unnaturally fat by eating more and more. And on account of not being able to eat more than he requires, his senses are not very turbulent. When his senses are not very turbulent, he cannot become violent. Another advantage of poverty is that a saintly person can easily enter into a poor man's house. And thus the poor man can take advantage of the saintly person's association. A very opulent man does not allow anyone to enter his house. Therefore, a saintly person cannot enter. According to the Vedic system, a saintly person takes the position of a mendicant, so that the plea of begging is something, on the plea of begging something from the household. He can enter
He can enter in-house. The householder, who has usually forgotten everything about spiritual advancement because he is busy maintaining family affairs, can be benefited by the association of a saintly person. There is a great chance for the poor man to become liberated through association with a saint. Of what use are persons who are puffed up with material opulence and prestige if they are bereft of the association of saintly persons and devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? The great sage Narada thereafter thought that it was his duty to put those demigods into a condition where they could not be falsely proud of their material opulence and prestige. Narada was compassionate and wanted to save them from their fallen life. They were in the mode of darkness, and being therefore unable to control the senses, they were addicted to sex life. It was the duty of a saintly person like Narada to save them from their abominable condition. In animal life, the animal has no sense the animal has no sense to understand that he is naked. But Kuvera was the treasurer of the demigods, a very responsible man, and Nalakuzara and Manigriva were two of his sons, and yet they became so animalistic and irresponsible that they could not understand, due to intoxication, that they were naked. To cover the lower part of the body is a principle of human civilization, and when a man or woman forgets this principle, they become degraded. Narada therefore thought that the best punishment was for them, that the best punishment for them was to make them immovable living entities, or trees. Trees are, by nature's law, immovable. Although trees are covered by the mode of ignorance, they cannot do harm. The great sage Narada thought it fitting that, although the brothers, by his mercy, would be punished to become trees, they continued to keep their memory to be able to know why they were being punished. After changing the body, a living entity generally forgets his previous life, but in special cases, by the grace of the Lord, as with Nalakuvara and Manigriva, one can remember. Sage Narada, therefore, contemplated that the two demigods should remain for 100 years. In the time of the demigods, in the form of trees, and after that, they would be fortunate enough to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face by his causeless mercy, and thus they would again be promoted to the life of the demigods and great devotees of the Lord. After this, the great sage Narada returned to his abode known as Narayan Ashram, and the two demigods turned into trees, known as twin Arjuna trees. The two demigods were favored by the causeless mercy of Narada and given a chance to grow in Nanda's courtyard and see Lord Krishna face to face.
100 years remembering the very truth. That's the real thing. Although the child Krishna bound up to the living water, he began to proceed towards the growing trees in order to fulfill the prophecy of his great devotee. Narada, Lord Krishna, in order to fulfill the prophecy of his great devotee Narada. Lord Krishna knew that Narada was his great devotee and that the trees standing before him as twin Arjuna trees were actually the son of Kuvera. I must now fulfill the words of my great devotee Narada, he thought. And then he began to proceed through the passage between the two trees. Although he was able to pass through the passage, the large burning water stuck horizontally between the trees. Taking advantage of this, Lord Krishna began to pull the rope which was tied to the mountain. As soon as he pulled with great strength, the two trees, with all branches and leaves, fell down immediately with a great sound. Out of the broken fallen trees came two great personalities, shining like blazing fire. All sides became illuminated by beautiful, two purified bodies immediately came before the child Krishna and bowed down to offer their respects and prayers in the following words. I hear Lord Krishna, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Master of all mystic powers. Learned Brahmanas knows very well that this cosmic manifestation is an expansion of your potencies, which are sometimes manifest and sometimes unmanifest. You are the original provider of all life, bodies and systems of all living entities. You are the eternal God, Lord Vishnu, who is all-pervading, the principal controller of everything. You are the original source of the cosmic manifestation, which is acting under the spell of the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance. You are living as a super soul in all the multi-forms of living entities. And you know very well what is going on within their bodies and minds. Therefore you are the supreme director of all activities of all living entities. But although you are in the midst of everything which is under the spell of the material, but although you are in the midst of everything which is under the spell of the modes of material nature, you are not affected by such contaminating qualities. No one under the jurisdiction of the material modes can understand the transcendental qualities which existed before the creation. Therefore you are called the Supreme Brahman, who is also glorified by his personal eternal purposes. In this material world, you can be known only by your different inclinations. Although you assume different types of bodies, these bodies are not part of the material creation. They are always full of transcendental potencies and unlimited opulence, strength, beauty, fame, wisdom, and renunciation. In the material opulence, strength, beauty, in the material existence, there is a difference between the body and the owner of the body. But because you appear in your original spiritual body, there is no such difference for you. When you appear, your uncommon activities indicate that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such uncommon
activities are not possible for anyone in material existence. You are that Supreme Personality of Godhead, now appearing to cause the birth and death as well as liberation of living entities, and you are full with all your plenary expansions. You can bestow on everyone all kinds of benedictions. O the Lord, O source of all fortune and goodness, we offer our respectful obeisances unto you. You are the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead, the source of peace, and the Supreme Person in the dynasty of King David. O Lord, our Father known as Kuvera, the demigod, is your servant. Similarly, the great sage Narada is also in your service, Lord, and by their grace only, we have been from the abominable condition of pride due to possessing extraordinary beauty and opulence in the family of demigods. He has saved you from gliding down into the lowest condition of hellish life. All these facts are already known to you. You are very fortunate because you were not only cursed by him, but you had the great opportunity to see him. If someone is able by chance to see a great saintly person like Narada face to face, who is always serene and merciful to everyone, then immediately that conditioned soul becomes liberated. This is exactly like being situated in the full light of the sun. There cannot be any visionary impediments. Therefore, O Nalakuvar and Managriva, your lives have now become successful because you have developed ecstatic love for me. This is your last birth within material existence. Now you can go back to your father's residence in the heavenly planet, and by remaining in the attitude of devotional service, you will be liberated in this very life. Of course. After this, the demigod circumambulated the Lord many times and bowed before him again and again, and thus they left. The Lord remained bound up with ropes to the ground morning. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 10th chapter of Krishna, Deliverance of Nalakubar and Managriva.
Okay. There's just another form of Krishna. Okay. So I grew up with like at this time. Like, grew up at this time in so in our at least at home my mom does seva, so she does most of the time. She wakes him up and then she puts him to she dresses him up and then she lets him play and then she gives him food and then she puts him to nap. So my mom does that.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, so I grew up seeing that. I just never practiced it. Yeah. So I'm used to like doing Raj Bhog close to
Yeah, now it's Raj Bhog only.
Yeah.
So usually the prasadam, like on these days, we put it in a room over here, the prasadam room.
Okay.
So it's called Mahaprasad because it's coming directly from Krishna, so we can have.
Nice. Okay.
गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि 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 चिन्तामणि कृतरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्षा रक्षावृतेषु सुरवीरविपालयन्तम् चिन्तामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाप्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सगन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. संसारदावानलनिरलोकान् तदाय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधा भगवत प्रसाद सद्भान तीर्थान हरिभक्त संघान तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयर पार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूप नाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपशम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन ललोपशम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानलञ्जलोक त्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणान्नवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धयी जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धयी जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिबलवशम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिललोक त्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणान्नवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षाद्धरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः वृत्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षाद्धरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः वृत्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् तो प्रभो च प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिललोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् नगति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानलनिरधोका दानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं भक्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं गोपीना मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम हे मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरये राम कृष्ण हरये यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवनमः हरये हरि हरये राम यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये राम गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम हे मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम हे मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीना धारी गोपीना गिरिधारी गोपीना मदन हरये हरये राम चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चित श्री चैतन्य श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चित हरि गुरु वैष्णव हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरये तेरा चारण सेवी भक्त सुनेवा तेरा चारण सेवी भक्त सुनेवा जन्म সাচির কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া সাচির কোলে জাগ জাগ গোরা চাঁদ বলে জাগ 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 চাঁদ বলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া প্রিয়া কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি পিছাচির বলে জাগ 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 গোরা চাঁদ